his views in that regard. We're neutral on what the sequence should be and on whether it's possible to argue the postponement application first.
Thank you, Mr. Shaswat. A housekeeping matter. We have appearing before us for the first time Mr. Musigidi, Mr. Tebu Musigidi. Good morning and welcome to you. Yes, yes. Well, we've seen Ms. Poe countless times, but good morning to you too. Mr. Ngwato, I think the logical thing is for us to invite you to address us on the postponement application. And perhaps let me upfront raise this with you. My understanding, if I did not misread the papers in the postponement application, is that what the evidence leaders suggest is to separate the matters insofar as they relate to the texts, the bulk of which you, admittedly by the evidence leaders, or perhaps not so much you, but your client received fairly recently. So the evidence leaders are suggesting that they must deal with those in respect of which there is no contention or issue around the timing of their delivery, and that the rest will be dealt with in due course. What would you say the problem is with that approach, if I'm capturing what the papers say correctly?
Thanks, Commissioner. I think it is quite clear that the documents have been read, and with that being said, and with that summary, it is in a way towards what the matter is all about. The issue is twofold, Commissioner. Our client received documentation from the Commission as far early as November 2025, and he duly complied with all the requirements in terms of those documentation. And as at December 2025, he received a notification for his appearance on the 20th of January, which at the time there was no problem. However, a day before the 20th, he now receives a notification that he's to appear on the 30th, but he must come back on the 22nd to receive the documentation. Now on the 22nd, 6 days before the appearance, which is on the Thursday, he now receives a memory stick which contains, according to the evidence leaders, 4,800 pages of documentation that he needs to prepare, and he needs to answer to the Commission in 6 days' time. Given the fact that it was on a Thursday and I was not available, he only managed to consult with me on the 26th, 4 days before the Commission. At that time, we have not even yet opened the documentation, but in meeting with the evidence leader on the 26th on a Monday, it was then clearly indicated to us that more documentation or more files are still forthcoming by end of business. But we still have to be ready by Friday. Now, at that time, we raised the issue to say it's not going to be possible. There's 4,800 pages that we have to go through. We still have to receive some documentation from you. We are ready. The documentation that he received in December and that he has already made statements to the Commission about, that part we are ready to proceed. But the one that we just received now, 4 days before, we can't. We still have to peruse, we still have to consider. We still have to then consult, because it is not true that when a person has to come and then appear before the Commission, evidence is only limited to what has been given to him. He may have his own independent evidence that we need to source. He may have to be able to consult and corroborate his versions and narrative. We're not going to have time to be able to do that. We endeavored at all costs to print the 4,800 pages. We only completed printing those documents by 2 o'clock the 27th. That will mean we now fully access the documents at 2 o'clock the 27th, 3 days before. And we had to prepare to appear. Now, my client is prepared to appear at all costs. It doesn't matter it's about who or who. But he wants to, when he does that, he should be able to do that proper without prejudicing his own rights. He should be able to substantiate his narrative and his versions. Now, unfortunately, commissioners, we were since in the last 3 days bogged down by having to make this application. An application for postponement, having to receive the answering, an application to be off camera, having to receive and those type of things. Now, as a result, parallel to all this process, we also have to try to read the 4,800 pages. We are not anywhere near. Now, we also noted the version and the narrative or the kind of compromise that was made by the evidence leader to say, maybe let's focus on this.
May I just ask this, Mr. Ngwato? You say that you are prepared for the commission to proceed today in respect of some of the documents. I just want to get an idea of whether there is convergence between you and the evidence leaders on the documents that you are prepared to proceed with or on.
Okay.
Is there convergence there? If there isn't, where's the divergence?
Commissioner, in our application, the purpose of application, we clearly state, for the documentation and representation that we've already made, we are ready to proceed, which is very specific. It refers to the...
Just refer to the convergence and
Yes.
divergence, please, because that still confuses me, because
Okay.
I'm not sure what's what.
So they don't seem to accept it, or they don't accept it. They want the whole full version, the past of last year and the one that was given to us 3 days ago. They want the full-blown aspect. The only compromise they want to make is that on the 3 days, on the one that was given to us 3 days ago, can they only now focus on this particular person of interest? And I'm saying that's too dangerous for our client. It is not just about that person. Out of the 4,800 pages, we may have corroborative matters that we need to refer to. And if you are now going to try to now put us only to this 100, as if it's only about this 100, it's also misleading. Because this is a person of interest, and this was not just an independent, isolated, just person. It's a whole concocted group of people that were involved in this. So therefore, it then means that we may have
Do you
to go
mean
through it.
concocted, or did you mean some other verb?
Commissioner, what I mean is that it's intertwined and interrelated. It's not just an isolated aspect. It's one person. You don't have just a relationship with just one person that is only concluded there. It's one person that you know through somebody and the other person and the other person. Therefore, it might be that your corroborative information is not only found only in his file, but is found in somebody's file. So we then have to read everything, and not just only that, because the narrative will be very wrong and very misleading and will be very limited. But for our defense, it is important that our client is properly consult, peruse the documentation, consider the documentation, and more importantly, the context in which whatever comments he made, they were made under.
Yes.
So, unfortunately, the evidence leaders are of the view that we can deal with the first part, and then on the second part, only deal with this one. And this is where we say no. On the second part, on documents we received 3 days ago, we request to be given time to peruse, consider, and consult. We don't want to come before the commission like what we've seen already on TV, on people coming and appearing before you unprepared, and now having to answer to questions that they were never given an opportunity to. We want to be clear and fair and assist the commission in whatever way, and he's willing to do so, but only if he's just been given a fair chance. These documents specifically are said to have been downloaded from his cell phones. His cell phones were taken from him in October last year by SAPS. Now, they had 4 months with his cell phones. to download the documentation, but they give him less than 4 days to prepare what it took them 4 months. But it's not just about the 4 months. The relationship that he had with those people may go 40 years or 4 years down the line. How is he going to be able to deal with that in 4 days?
There were no cell phones, were there? 40 years ago. I'm not sure, maybe there were.
I'm just giving you to say the relationship that he has with these people is a long-term relationship. It goes beyond decades. It's more than 10 years that he probably have known these people. And whatever has been downloaded from his cell phone is not necessarily maybe only from last week. It may go back, and he may have to then give you context on that. Now, they downloaded decades of WhatsApp from his phone. They took 4 months to download it or to deal with it or to consider it or to analyze it. And they want to give him less than 4 days to answer about it. And he's not even having these phones. The phones are with them. He does not have any other source to say, how can I refresh my mind? It's not like he's been having his phones all the time and he's been going through these things all the time. He doesn't have these phones anymore. They are with them. And it may be that some of the information we need may be still in those phones. What if we may need to say, no, let's call back the same phones because you have not downloaded all the information. We need to see some of this information. We don't want to even begin to suggest that some of the information that has been printed, we may say, no, this is not how it is, it's been tampered with. It leaves a lot for us to, it then suggests that we need a lot for us to then go through. And to have to be given 3 days to say, this is 3 days. If you can't deal with these 3 days, or consider going through them over the weekend, it can't be. I'm in a private practice. I have other clients. I have commitments already. And it cannot be presumed that I'll automatically be available to assist this client over the weekend without even the decency of asking me my availability. We indicated on Monday, this 4,800 will require time to go through it. Give us the time. They don't even ask us how much time we need. The answer is just no, upfront.
And how much time do you need?
We need 6 days.
Sorry?
6 days.
6 days. Yes, Mr. Ngoto.
So, and that shows an attitude of people who have already concluded, and by any other means, they want to continue with it. And it becomes, Commissioner, a very concerning issue. As in the middle of consultation yesterday, the President made an announcement, media statement, where the same client that has not even testified, his name is there, that there's a prima facie evidence and therefore the SAPS must investigate him. He has not given evidence. The fact that when General Kumalo presented his evidence showed him carrying a bag, that does not mean that he's transporting money. And this now already impacts on him.
I'm not sure what the relevance of that is now, Mr. Ngwato. And effectively, I don't know to what extent you have engaged with the terms of reference of this commission. I will tell you now that the commission actually does have powers to do that. You are not criticizing the president, you are criticizing the commission. Of course, I will be the first to admit and accept that we are not beyond reproach. If we must be criticized, I will welcome that. Freedom of expression, the Constitution itself. I have been a justice of the Constitution, of the Constitutional Court, So I understand you have the right to criticize whoever, but the point of substance is, on my reading of the terms of reference, we are perfectly entitled to do what we did. That referral was made by us, not by the President. So unless you first engage with the terms of reference and tell me why we are not entitled to do what we did in respect of that witness, I think you are going beyond the realms of what you are entitled to traverse.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me clarify what I mean by that. What I mean by that is that my client has not given any chance, right of response to the people.
That we have heard, and I think please try to wrap up because I think now you are getting to the point where you are repeating yourself.
No.
I'm not gagging you. I'm not gagging you.
Yes, I was just saying. I said, Honorable Commissioner, let me clarify what I meant by that. What I meant by that was, and without sounding having to repeat myself, is that he has not been given any right of response by anyone under any circumstances, whether in writing or oral. But such a submission has already been made to the public, and it's quite of great importance to this person because it affects his right. And unfortunately, Commissioner, it may be unsettling and uncomfortable, but it's the truth of what actually happened. And now, when the evidence leaders approach us, in light of these circumstances, where narratives and issues has already been said in the public domain, especially from the office of the president, coming from the high reputable commission of this nature, it is of concern that I want to go and present, and I'm not being given a chance to do so.
Oh, just a minute. Please continue and please try to wrap up, Mr. Ngwato.
Thank you,
And
Commissioner.
please try to focus on the application before us, the application for a postponement.
Just in short and in conclusion, Commissioner, says that my client is prepared and ready to testify about the evidence and the request and the documentation he received in 2025, in which he has since made the written representation to the Commission. That part is okay. The second part of what is required of him to testify about, which is documentation that, and the bulk of documentation that he received on 3 days before the Commission, he's not ready to do so because he hasn't had enough time to peruse. That's in a nutshell, that part. We're not rejecting everything in totality. It is only the part on documents that he has received 3 days ago.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwato.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr.
Chair,
Mr. Chaskowski, sorry, let me just clarify. Mr. Ngwato, you, in paragraph 3.1 of the application, you say this is an application wherein I request order, which order directs the hearing scheduled 30 January with regards to 13 files. So it's the 13 files that you are
Indeed.
concerned about, that you are seeking to be heard later.
Yes, indeed. Those are the 13 files that we received 3 days ago.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
thank you. Thank you.
Can I just clarify something? I'm looking at paragraph 4.4 of the founding affidavit. Especially the first two sentences on page 7. What I understand the affidavit to be saying there is that your client is ready and prepared to testify on his witness statement that he provided on the 16th of December 2025. And he can do that today. But the 4,800 documents that he received a few days ago, he cannot testify on that because you have not had time to consult with him on those documents. So you need a further 6 days to go through those and to deal with those. But today he can give evidence in chief based on his statement of the 16th of December 2025. Am I understanding you correctly?
100% correct.
Mr. Chaskowski.
Chair, there have been a range of factual assertions made here which are just simply wrong. The contention of 3 days, well, let's start at the beginning. It's not 4,800 pages. There's an evidence bundle in front of you which runs to 849 pages, and there is an annexure bundle with 540 pages. That's a total of 1,389 pages. The memory stick containing all of these documents come from the WhatsApps of the witness. The witness's counsel or attorney complains that he doesn't have his phones. But any of us who have a WhatsApp account know that when you get a new phone, you upload your old WhatsApps if you want to. The fact that his phones were taken away sometime in October by the SAPS doesn't prevent him from accessing his historical WhatsApps. He can access them. We always assumed he would have accessed them. The third factual error is that we haven't had these files since October, whenever they were seized. They were seized by the SAPS. We obtained them from the SAPS only this month. So we haven't had much time with them either, but yet we have managed to work out what we want to ask and answer and have answered in relation to them.
But does that mean the SAPS seized the documents for their own purposes? And then you requested the documents from the SAPS?
We got access to them under notice from the SAPS, under compulsion from the SAPS, but only this month. And there was a lengthy period beforehand over whether we could only ask for materials to be provided to us after they had been downloaded, and I don't know what the SAPS were doing between now and October, but we obtained those materials this month. If I understand Mr. Ngwato correctly, he needs another 6 days. But it's important to have regard to the chronology here. Mr. Nkosi, until earlier this month, was due to appear on the 20th of January.
May we take a short adjournment, and
Sure.
may the evidence leaders and the legal representative please see us outside. Please continue, Mr. Chaskelson.
Mr. Commissioner, sorry, excuse me.
Sorry. Yes.
Apologize. I was not joined by my colleague earlier on, so I don't want to be surprised that I'm not being joined by my colleague,
All right.
Mr. Maleka from the same Maleka.
Good morning, Mr. Malika, and welcome. Thank you.
Chair, Mr. Ngwato appears to have been involved in this matter since December, or since before December. He was aware that his client was due to appear on the 5th of December. He was then aware that his client was due to appear on the 20th of January when we couldn't accommodate the hearing of his client's evidence on the 5th of December. When the Commission's resumption was delayed, his client was contacted because Mr. Ngwato wasn't on record at that stage. Client was contacted and said, we're only starting evidence on the 26th of December. You were due to appear on the 20th. Can we meet with you to discuss the appearance and to make arrangements for documents on which you will be questioned? Client was called to a meeting on 20 January and attended the meeting on 20 January without an attorney. At that meeting, we impressed upon the client the importance of having an attorney present in future meetings. But on the 20th, it was explained to the client what he would be questioned on, that a memory stick containing the chats extracted from his phone and made available to the Commission would be given to him 2 days later on the 22nd, and that on the 22nd, he would be given an indication of which particular WhatsApp chats the evidence leaders would be focusing on when they questioned him at the hearing commencing on the 30th today. That duly happened, and if one goes to page 22, one sees that the memory stick was handed over on 22 January. So the client has had all of the documentation that the Commission intends to rely on in today's questioning for 8 days, not for 3 days. Why it's 3 days is that...
And that's the 1,000 and something.
Well, no. He's had the whole memory stick, which
Yes.
contains a whole lot more. But if you look at the letter on pages 22 and 23, it identifies particular chats. The most important chat files on which you will be questioned are the following, and then they are listed. Those are the chat files that broadly are included in the evidence bundle that's before you, and those are the ones that run to slightly under 1,300 pages. There's an additional.
So that's is that what's referred to itemized rather? Is that what's itemized at page 23, 3.1 to 3.13?
That's correct, indeed.
Thank you. Yes.
There are possibly an additional 40 pages.
And I'm sorry again. And what's itemized there, 3.1 to 3.13? Is that what's itemized there? Is that what you say totals 1,000 and something?
No, it totals slightly less because there are approximately 40 pages. If you compare those 13
Yes.
with the index on the front of the evidence bundle, you will see that there are 2 or 3 additional items, but the total of those additional items won't run to more than 50 pages.
Thank you.
Mr. Ngwato, for his own reasons, decided only to get going on assisting his client in this regard, not on the 22nd of January, or indeed on the 20th of January when the client was called to a meeting, but I think 4 days later. He now says he needs an extra 6 days to get on top of this information. Well, 4 of those 6 he's chosen not to exercise himself. We want to get going on the questioning of this client. We don't want the client witness. We don't want the witness to be compromised. We have put forward a proposal, which is that we will question him with regard to his chats with the 3 individuals in respect of whom he in respect of whom he addressed his relationship in his statement that he handed in December. We will want him to answer those questions, but in respect of anything else, we will indicate what we infer from these chats, and if he wants to come back at a later stage to address that or to furnish a statement addressing that, he can. The real evidence is in the chats. The client's insights into the chats would be welcome for this commission, but if the client is not ready to address all of the chats, well then, and he needs more time, we said to him, you can say, I'm not in a position to answer this question now, apart from those 3 individuals' chats. please come back to me. I will consider the issue once I've been thoroughly through all of my WhatsApp chats on the memory stick, and will furnish a supplementary statement later and come back and be questioned on it.
What's your response to Mr. Nwato's submission that what falls outside of what you referred to in, is it what, 3.1 to 13, whatever the number is, but 1 to 13, the submission is that it may well be that what falls outside of that itemization may have an impact on what's within the itemization, and that they want to go through what falls outside so as to see whether there is indeed such impact, and that's necessary in their process of precognizing the witness.
My immediate response to that is that I know the questions that I intend to ask, and in 90% of the case, that problem will not arise. Well, I would be astonished if that problem genuinely arose. But I am willing to extend our offer to cover it. If there is a bona fide case of the witness needing more time to answer a specific question, from our side, we're quite happy to put the question out there. And if the witness bona fide says, well, this is something that I can't answer because I need to look at other chats, we'll say, well, we'll tell you what inference we want to draw from these chats, and when you have looked at the other chats, you can furnish a statement, and you can come back to be questioned on it. But it is an issue that I know the questions I want to ask, I know the chats. It is an issue that is not going to arise in the vast majority of cases.
And I will also say this, and I'll afford Mr. Nwato an opportunity to respond, but I may also say that to the extent that when Mr. Nwato and the witness go through the rest of the material, and a view is taken that something within or in that information bears relevance to what's in 1 to 13, they may always come back and say, we want to testify and show that.
Of course, there is nothing that they
there's any number of ways to address that. Yeah.
We would welcome a supplementary statement from this witness, but we don't want the process of the Commission to be derailed over the next 3 days. The evidence on the chats is very important for the way in which this Commission proceeds.
Yes, yeah, perhaps I should correct myself if the impression I gave is that the only possibility to address it would be for the witness to come back and give oral testimony. It could be by way of a statement, it could be by way of any other means that we as the commissioners may think of. And as I said, Mr. Nwato, you will respond to what I've just put to Mr. Shaskalsin.
Mr. Shaskalsin, if the witness is if the witness is entitled or will be allowed to say, I'm not going to answer because I haven't considered all the documents and I will come back, what is the harm in granting the request that you penned any discussion relating to all of these documents? I guess another way of asking my question is, what is the benefit or urgency to put to him your questions about the balance of the documents, to do that today and in the rest of the allocated dates, vis-a-vis leaving out that part completely for when he does return? And I ask the question because it's not obvious to me that because you have identified specific documents that you're going to look at, and you have an idea of the questions you're going to ask of him, it's not obvious to me that it is fair to proceed on the basis that, well, all we will be doing is putting to him what we are making of these documents and the inferences that we will draw, and then he can say, I'll come back another time. I'm not sure, it's not so obvious to me, and I'm not saying it's unfair yet. I'm just saying it's not clear to me that it's not, that it's fair to proceed that way, but also the agency of let's do it that way today. There's a need to do it today and put all of these questions that are going to be, put to him, and they will be out there playing out, and he will get a chance another day to answer. I know I've spoken long. I don't know if you've captured the essence of what I'm asking of you.
Well, there are several points in response, Commissioner Baloy. First, I expect the witness to approach this process in good faith. And most of the questions that I want to ask are questions which, as I see it, will not give rise to a problem of a need for more time. So there will be a great deal that can be achieved if the witness does answer in good faith. And I have no reason to believe that the witness won't. Second, a lot of the chats that I want to put to this witness are chats that in due course we will want to put to other witnesses as well, witnesses on the other side of the conversation. And it makes sense for this witness to be questioned on these chats before the other witnesses, because in many cases he is the fulcrum for a series of chats, and you don't understand the chat with witness B with witness B unless you've also seen the chat with witness C. Putting that evidence out at this stage makes a lot more sense than delaying the process of this witness and the process of witness B and the process of witness C to a later stage, always assuming that this witness will approach the process in good faith. And then finally, in relation to fairness, we're being, in my submission, excessively fair to this witness. What we are saying is we will tell you all of our concerns. We will put out there everything that worries us. You will have time to reflect on that with your attorney. This is not the ordinary process of questioning where you are, as it were, taken by surprise by a question. You will see the questions all in front, and if you want to answer them, you can decide to do that at a later stage. I don't think there's a fairness concern. The witness will be treated with a great deal more fairness than any other witness. He will know, he will see our entire hand, not just the documents, but also how we put the documents together, the questions that we want to ask on the documents. And then he will decide, does he want to try to address them in response or not? If he does, he will have the opportunity of doing that. And he will have a much better opportunity of doing that than most other witnesses.
The second of the three that you've listed, it seems to me, though, that the second concern, that your discussion of these WhatsApps is matter that you will need to cover, or that you're going to cover with other witnesses that are still that, to me, is more a scheduling issue, at least on the face of it. It's a scheduling issue. If you don't cover those WhatsApps now with a witness, then you have to change your schedule. About if they're as central as that, then you would have to reschedule your other witnesses so that this witness comes back before those other witnesses.
That is correct. It is essentially a scheduling issue, but it would mean disrupting the entire schedule as it's currently being planned. But there is finally a much more fundamental objection that I have to this postponement application, which is that the witness has had enough time to prepare for the hearing on all of our questions. The witness, the position of the witness has chopped and changed. The witness seems to be conflating the request under a Regulation 10.6 notice to furnish a statement on certain issues, which will serve as the statement in chief of the witness, with our right to question the witness on his relationship with certain parties. The summonses that have been served on the witness since December have made clear which relationships we are interested in. None of that has changed. That's what my questioning is going to go to today. And the witness has had ample time to identify what he wants to say in relation to that. His complaint is that in December, when we asked that question, he didn't know that we had or we were going to get his WhatsApps. That's his complaint. That, with respect, is not an issue of fairness. He has had potential access to all of those WhatsApps at every single stage. If he wanted, in discussing his relationships with the 4 people identified in the summonses he's had for 2 months, to do that thoroughly and exhaustively, he was always in a position to do that. And even after we told him what WhatsApps we had obtained and we made them available to him, he's had 8 days. These were not sprung on him yesterday. They were sprung. The full set of WhatsApps was given to him 8 days with a list saying we're going to focus on these ones.
Please give me the total of what you refer to as these ones. You gave it when you started. You said it's now 1,000 and what?
The total pages in the evidence bundle that we've prepared and the annexure bundle is 1,389 pages.
1,389. Please continue.
Sorry, that also, and I think I can that includes, I'm not sure how many pages, but it includes some correspondence as well, which is independent of the WhatsApps and has been correspondence exchange between the Commission and the attorneys and the witness.
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, when you say it's 1,389 pages, are you saying in your questioning you're going to focus on all 1,389, or are you saying you gave him 1,389, but in those 1,389 you have identified the ones that you're going to be focusing on?
Well, the bundle, which I'm going to be focusing on and I'm going to be addressing questions to him on, runs to 1,389 as I see it at the moment. The memory stick that we gave him on the 20th of January runs to more. I haven't ever looked at the total number there, but we then identified 13 chat streams. That is slightly less than 1,389.
What was the purpose of giving him the 4,000 plus if the focus is only going to be on 1,389?
We were giving him everything that we had so that he knew everything that we had. If he wanted to use something that we had, or if he wanted to see what we had, we don't fully appreciate the relevance of all of what we see on the memory stick. And we had called him to testify in relation to 4 discrete, a series of topics, including his relationship with 4 people. We could see that some of these WhatsApps were clearly relevant to that. We gave him everything so that he knew what we had.
If we were to postpone, but because now we are no longer talking 4,000 and something, but substantially less. If we were to postpone, but instead of the 6 days, postpone for a shorter period, would that work? If not, why not?
It would probably mean that the Commission would have no one to testify on Monday and Tuesday. It certainly mean that there'd be no one to testify today. It would create very serious scheduling problems for the Commission in this respect, in that I don't know what a shorter postponement would look like, but we wouldn't be able to run this evidence the following week. There is an entirely different my own sense is that if this evidence were to be postponed, looking at a schedule, it could probably only be accommodated from the week of, I think it's the 16th of February again. Which would then knock on, which would mean that other witnesses would then have to be pushed further. At the moment, this commission wraps up on the 26th of March. It may be given, sorry, the 16th of March, not the 26th of March. It would create very serious scheduling problems. Certainly without an extension beyond the 16th of March, it would be impossible to accommodate.
Just throwing ideas around at this stage, and by no means indicating an inclination. We'll probably, after all the submissions, have to adjourn and discuss our minds, but I just want to throw in all the ideas at this stage so that when we adjourn, we have everything before us. If, for example, we were not to sit today, give Mr. Ngwato and the witness, I know he complained that suggestions are made on matters that impact on his time without us knowing how he stands with regard to his time or timing. But we do not sit today, and we give him and his client today and the weekend, and then we start on Monday. I know the scheduling is only, that is next week, will only be, or is only for Monday and Tuesday. How would that be for you? I know you wanted 3 days, so you will be having 2 days, but...
We won't finish, but we will certainly make some progress.
And Wednesday's witness is totally out of the question to do something there.
It may be possible to. I have an availability problem for 1 day next week, and I don't yet know which day it is because it's an urgent application. I will find out when it is. It may be possible to switch a witness around and to try to finish this witness in the course of next week.
As I said, none of this is indicating any inclinations. It's just testing everything. Yes, Mr. Shaskal, any further submissions?
None from me, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any reply, Mr. Ngwato, and you may also reply to the issue on which I said you would have to, or you may, if so minded, also reply to. And then also bear in mind that Mr. Shaskalson says that it's only 1,389 pages that the evidence leaders want to deal with, and not 4,000. And that I think as a matter of professional courtesy, they gave you everything, which is the 4,000 plus.
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe let me start at the low-hanging fruit, the last aspect as to 4,800 pages as opposed to 1,300 pages. If you get given 4,800 pages and you don't know which one is 1,389 out of the 4,800, it's a difficult process. You are given 4,800 pages.
But from 8 days back, according to Mr. Shaskalson, you have now since known that it's the 1,389 that's going to be focused on.
Very much incorrect, Commissioner, and I'm going to come down and address the aspect that he mentioned that our client had access to this documentation more than eight days back and those type of things, because it's very wrong. Even the suggestion that the client has had this thing since more than 8 weeks is also very wrong, and I did not address this issue at the beginning because I felt that we have surpassed those things.
Days, not weeks.
Weeks.
8 days. I thought Mr. Shaskalson
No,
said
Commissioner, in their replying...
Days, not weeks. 8 days, not 8 weeks.
Correct, Commissioner. Now he says 8 days. In their replying, they're saying 8 weeks. And I was going to be able to clarify these two aspects as to 8 days versus the 8 weeks that they also suggest in their answering affidavit. But what I was simply saying to you, Commissioner, is go through them and understand what all of them are. Because if you don't, and you appear and they say, no, but this was part of the documents we gave you to you can't say, but I never looked at it because it was given to you. You are duty bound to still go through the 4,800, even if they're going to focus on the 1,003. They did not just take the 4,800 for nothing. It simply means there is of some relevance. Hence, they put out of the memory stick, they put all those 4,800. And Commissioner, the 4,800 pages was not my counting. It was his counting. He's the one that told us when we met with him on the 26th that it's actually 4,800 pages. I endeavored when we printed this documentation to verify his 4,800. Now he says, no, it was not the 4,800. Actually far much lesser because of the documentation. We received the bundle of documentation, the bundle of documents, which is the index that is now before you, or the index and the paginated bundle that is before you. A night before, a day before. And then when we looked at that, now it now comes to 1,800. The rest of the other things have been excluded. But as from Monday to up until yesterday, we're still under the impression, based on what he informed us, that we're going to receive.
Please repeat, when do you say you became aware that the relevant pages were 1,389?
Not the relevant pages, Commissioner, for correction. When we looked at the index and paginated documents that we were sent a link to yesterday, we then realized that from the link, the documents that they've included on the index and paginated documents amounts to 1,300, plus an additional bundle of about 400 something documents, right? But as from Monday, when we printed, when we dealt and interacted with the Commission, we interacted on the base of 4,800 pages. And in the letter that, and maybe I should refer you to the same document that you had referred to the Commission to, where they say these are the bundles or files that the Commission will focus on. They even state further that they will, on the next date, they will then indicate which one to focus on. So at no stage before did they say to us, we've given you the 4,800, the rest of the matters are irrelevant, just focus on the 1,003. The 1,003 became quite very clear to us when we received the paginated documents. But even if that been the case, Commissioner, as an attorney, when you receive the 4,800, you are in no way in a position to upfront to say, ignore the rest and only focus on the, unless you've been told upfront which one are those. You are duty bound to then go through the 4,800 and then from there, make an informed decision which one are relevant and which one are not relevant and which one you need to focus on. But preparation cannot be piecemeal. You have to prepare in full. And that is the challenge that we had on our side, because we have a duty
Please continue, Mr. Motley.
Thank you, Commissioner. We had a duty to advise our client properly. And our advice should be based on having had access or having analyzed the matters fully, not piecemeal. Now, if the documents now that he's going to focus on, we should ignore the 4,800 and now focus on the 1,300, is something that we could look into going forward, to say all other materials will now be irrelevant, and now the now relevant material will be as stated in the bundle of documents that has been before the Commission. That is something else we could look into. But with that being said, Commissioner, understanding the importance of this Commission, we started looking at that 1,300 last night already, plus the additional 500. And we are nowhere close to finish to say he can start testifying on that, because we just received the link yesterday or last night. So we already started.
Would Monday be in order? Would starting on Monday be in order then? You say you started going through those. So assuming that we postpone until Monday, so you would have today at the weekend, and then we start on Monday. Would that be in order? But as I said with Mr. Shaskalsin, that's not necessarily an inclination. I'm just raising that to you or with you to hear your submissions.
That suggestion was ventilated already when we met on Monday with the evidence leaders, that I'm unfortunately not available on weekend. So they knew already, as from Monday, that I will not be available on this weekend to be able to then see.
Mr. Ngwato, you are a practitioner. I'm sitting with practitioners. I was a practitioner for many, many years. We always try, if something comes up and something that's quite urgent, we always try to make time. Are you telling me, as you are sitting there, that you simply cannot make time to attend to this very important national matter, or rather matter of national importance?
Commissioner, I fully understand what you're saying. In agency, there is no convenience. I'm 100% with you there. But I had to pre-warn them. And had it been that we had...
That was a discussion with the evidence leaders. You are discussing with me now, and I'm raising a matter of national importance, and I'm asking you whether you are telling me that you simply cannot make time.
Commissioner, yes, I understand that is the issue that we...
If, for example, you will tell me that you are attending a wedding, it's not your daughter's, it's not your son's, I doubt that I would necessarily be satisfied with that. Or if you are attending a funeral and it's not a funeral of a close relative, I'm not sure that I would understand that. I'm just giving two examples. There's any number of examples.
Commissioner, it's a medical issue. And that is why I clearly indicated to them my non-availability, because it's a medical issue and I cannot postpone it.
Is that a matter, I was about to say, is that a matter in respect of which you have an appointment? I'm not getting into the content of the medical, which is something personal. I'm not getting into that. I'm just asking, is this a matter in respect of which you had to make an appointment?
Without divulging the medical issues, Commissioner, is a matter that unfortunately I could not postpone, and is medical issues relate to me in person. If it is something that I could easily move away, and hence I brought it to their attention and discussed it with them in time, whether to find an alternative means, I would have done so. But because of we could not find each other, and today is the 11th hour, it's going to be even much more costly and impractical for me to then try to postpone and make myself available for this weekend.
Just repeat that, I'm not sure I follow. So are you saying it's something that you could have postponed, but it's just that you and the evidence leaders could not find each other? Is that the point you are making?
I'm saying if at the time on Monday, there wasn't such an arrangement, then I should be given an opportunity to try to postpone that or deal with that matter,
So the sense,
or attend to that
the
matter
sense I get from what you are saying then is that a postponement is a possibility. Am I correct?
No.
Aren't you saying that had you and the evidence leaders found each other much, much earlier, you could have attended to a possible postponement? Did you not say that?
No, Commissioner. And
Please make me understand then.
We might be given an opportunity to then clarify that.
Not giving you an opportunity is the last thing I would ever want to do, Mr. Ngwato. Please, you have the time.
What I'm saying to you, Honorable Commissioner, is that one, it is the reason of my non-availability as the attorney of record is a medical issue, and unfortunately I cannot move it. Because I've been aware of the impending medical issue for this weekend or appointment, I've brought it to their attention as early as Monday. And unfortunately, no, we could not reach an agreement on that particular aspect or on the postponement. Again, at the time when we...
So when is your appointment for? Is it for tomorrow?
I'm leaving tonight.
Sorry?
I'm leaving tonight.
Or it involves traveling? Oh, okay, all right. Coming back when?
Sunday.
Or what time on Sunday?
Midday, Sunday. It will not be
All
night.
right, okay.
Ms. Ngwato, Annexure E to the application, page 22.
Annexure E.
Yes.
Yes, Commissioner.
And we must try to work together here because the Commission does not have a lot of time. It's a letter dated 22 January, so that's 8 days ago. And in manuscript, it says there that the witness collected the USB on the 22nd of January, so that's 8 days ago. But paragraph 3 makes it clear that the chats that will be the focus of the questioning are the chats between him and the 13 people identified on page 23. So why can't we use the rest of the day for you and your client to go through the chats that relate to him and the 13 people so that today is not wasted, it is used productively? And because we were going to sit on Monday and Tuesday anyway, we continue with the evidence on Monday and Tuesday, accepting for a moment that you have a difficulty on Saturday. If the chats are identified, you don't have to go through 4,800 pages. You go through the chats that are identified, and your client was told 8 days ago already that he's going to be asked questions on the chats with this. It's not even 8 people. Because some of the people there, it's not 13. Some of them are duplicated. Sandile Kumalo could be using 3 numbers, for example, as you can see from items 3.1 to 3.30. So because today was a sitting day for the Commission, and you said your client is available to give his evidence in chief today for the rest of the day, why can't this day be used to go through the chats with those 13 people so that come Monday, we are ready to continue with the work of the Commission?
Okay.
So, Mr. Ngwato, maybe before you answer, also deal with this. And I'm just trying to see if we are not speaking at cross purposes. I have understood you to say you are ready to, or the witness is ready to testify on certain topics, and these are the topics about which he was informed last year, and that exclude these chats. Am I correct in that?
That includes this chat?
No, that exclude these chats.
Okay.
So if these chats are excluded from discussion between Mr. Chaskalson and the witness, if the final position today were to be that these chats may not be raised, the witness is available and ready to testify today. So we won't have a wasted day. Am I correct in?
You're correct, Commissioner.
I have understood. Is that your
Yeah.
position?
You're correct. And maybe let me just clarify to Honorable Commissioner. The first documentation that our client received in last year refers to a different set of chairs outside the stadium, which has since submitted the written statements towards that. That we've always been ready since last year and is ready to proceed with that today. With regards to the 13 files, these files that you referred me to, page 22, which is Annexure E, which was received on the 22nd. Here he received the USB, right? It's not the documentation. He received the USB. From the USB, he still has to go and print. The 22nd was Thursday last week, right? From once he has received this on Thursday last week, he then contacted my office to make an appointment. And unfortunately, again, due to my non-availability, I can only meet with him Monday morning before we meet with the evidence leader. So, which is the 26th. Now, we met with the evidence leader on the 26th. And again on the 26th, we said, yes, we have received the memory stick. And as yet at that time, the client has not been able to print because he does not have a facility at his house to print a voluminous 4,800 pages at that time. And like in this letter, as it is clearly crafted, it says, and it reads, the commission will be referring only to these chart files when you appear to testify on Friday the 30th. By close of business tomorrow, which is now the 23rd, we will provide you with a full list, which is to date still not been given. We'll provide you with a full list of the relevant chat files to which you may be referred when you come to give evidence. Now you refer to me to paragraph 3. That part is still outstanding. They haven't still been provided that. We can inform you now that the most important chat files are the 13. Now, on this 13, I see, and it's quite becoming clear to me that Mr. Chakalson says, no, it's no longer 4,800. It is actually 1,300. And on the 1,300, we'll only focus on this particular part, right? The request is the 1,300, whether it's the 4,800, the request time to then peruse them so that we understand the full context, we understand the full narrative of the 4,800 pages so that we can now testify. But however, the one that we've already submitted written response on, we're ready to proceed on this one. This 1,800, we don't even know what the questions are going to be about them. And without even being given the questions, we just need to then be ready that at any given point we might be referred to page 920, you may be referred to page 20. This is not a person who's as legally trained like me who can be easily juggle around the document. This is a layman who for the first time might be testifying in his life. He needs to be properly guided in terms of how to respond to those issues.
You're not entitled to questions in advance. As long as you have the documents and you understand what the document is, you can be asked a question about it. And my point was that because the files are ready, you don't even have to go and print 4,000 pages because they have been printed. I've got a bundle that's going to be used in relation to this witness. My simple question is, I don't want a situation where we say, today we are ready to proceed on the evidence in chief, but we're going to waste Monday and Tuesday, and he will come back in February. I was hoping that if you use today, because the bundles are ready, and you go through the chats with him so that he knows which chats they are, and he's ready to answer questions when he's asked questions, then we use Monday and Tuesday productively. Because I don't think it helps to say, let's start his statement today, but let's not sit on Monday and Tuesday. Because then we're wasting time and we may never recover it. That's really my issue.
Commissioner, I don't want to sound being difficult or not appreciative of the agency and the importance of the matter at hand. But the reality of the matter is, Commissioner, even if there may be 1,300, as I indicated earlier on, we are not bound to only rely on that in our responses. We have to also be able to find any other information that may help us in responding to any other questions or that assist us in responding to the matters at hand.
Any further submissions, Mr. Ngwato?
Yes, Commissioner, in fact, I was to respond to the submissions made by Mr. Chakalson, but it's immediately thereafter questions start coming in, and we have not yet responded to that aspect. But I don't want to then deal with matters that will no longer be of importance, but there's some specific issues that are of importance, Commissioner.
Yes.
And I'll summarize them maybe into 3 or 4 aspects. One, the evidence leaders are indicating that our client needs to approach the commission with good faith and answer questions in good faith. That being said, is that good faith is also required from the evidence leaders in giving him the proper time to be able to analyze and respond adequately to the questions. And what we're saying that simply because of the bulk of documents that were now submitted to him in less than 3 days ago. And I was trying to explain to the Honorable Commissioner that even though he collected on the 22nd, then counting from the 22nd will make 8 days. He never had access to them for 8 days. He only had access to them only as from the 27th. And the evidence leaders were fully aware of that particular scenario. That's point number 1. And therefore, good faith will dictate. If a person only receives the document 4 days before the commission, voluminous as they are for more than 1,000 pages, he needs to be given a chance to be able to peruse them. That's number 1. Number 2, he then referred to the emails. Commissioner, there's an issue here and we need to accept this thing. Maybe the evidence leaders need to approach the commission with honesty and integrity. The first correspondence that were sent to the client were sent to a wrong person. He never knew of the number of people that were involved in the first bunch of documents. This number of people that were referred to in the first correspondence to him were sent to an incorrect person. He only first time received the correct names of people that he needed to answer to on the 2nd of December, and he responded to that. This person that they are now focusing on is the same person that they included, excluded, and excluded in their own previous correspondence, which they were sending to a wrong person. And now they want to say for 8 weeks, which is what they stated in their answering affidavit, for 8 weeks you've been aware of these documents. But they did not want to accept the fact that the email they used in that 8 weeks they're referring to was an incorrect email, which is what we stated in our replying affidavit, and he never had access to that. So it's only now this witness received the documents on the 2nd and duly complied with all the requirements that were of him and submitted. And now on the 19th of January, when he's supposed to come, they say come back on the 22nd, there's a memory stick you are to receive. So they now want to try to portray our client as an uncooperative person. This is and without admitting on their side that there was an error on their side. They have been sending correspondence to a wrong person. He never been receiving this information. He only received the information. And now because of a scheduling issue, which has nothing to do with him, now he needs to compromise his rights and to accommodate scheduling. Scheduling cannot be as important as the constitutional rights of a person, the right to prepare and the right to a fair trial. Scheduling can never be of such importance. If there's an issue on scheduling, they must find a way how they rearrange things on his side, but not to his prejudice because of scheduling aspect. And that's another comment that I wanted to be able to make there. With regards to the charts, Commissioner, like I said, I've already had access to the charts and I've already started studying the charts. It's not just the charts. It is the charts, it is the videos, it is the outgoing calls, it is the incoming calls, it is the documentation. It's not as simple as it's been portrayed to be that now it's just mere charts and it's the charts that he made. But these charts or this documentation involves other people, like he said. He says it could be coming from this person and going to this particular person. Our client cannot come here and just give blanket statements without corroboration, because it would just be hearsay. He needs to then say, I'm saying the following issues, and this is my bundle of evidence that I want to submit to the commission so that I can clear my name. Otherwise, the narrative will be, this is what it is. And it cannot be that our response or defense solely relies on the bundle given by the evidence leaders. So we have a duty, if we have any other counter evidence, that we have to produce that. And for us to then produce that documentation or evidence over the weekend, we may not be able to have access to those documentation because that's state information or the information that has been held through his employer. we may not be able to do that. Hence, again, the aspect of a weekend is not attractive to me, over and above the challenge that I personally have. So the request, therefore, is, and I was looking with my colleague here in terms of how quick we can accommodate the commission, given the fact that I may not be available. I initially said 6 days, but if we were to start on Wednesday, so that I can have the 2 days, Monday and Tuesday, to thoroughly go through the documentation with this client to then finalize. Because you don't just read it once and then you're okay. You read it once and at the end you realize, but I read something on this file that's important to this particular file. Let's go. You have to clearly bring him to understand the implications of what he says. And I humbly request, this is not a process you can push over. This is not a process that you can rush over, because you're speaking about somebody's life. You're speaking about somebody's dignity. This matters for generations to come. We will be referred to his dignity. And it cannot just be rushed because of the scheduling aspect. That's my submissions, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwato. Oh, I see your microphone is on, Mr.
Chair,
Mr.
I just wanted to correct another factual inaccuracy in one of Mr. Nwato's submissions. If you go to the replying affidavit, I mean, Mr. Ngwato seemed to suggest the client first knew what he would be questioned on sometime in late January. If you go to page 66 of the reply, he admits, as he has to, 816, on the same day, 2 December 2025, I received the summons in terms of section 3.2, which confirmed that my appearance date is 20 January 26, which included the name of Mr. Motsumi. This was sent to the correct email address, Detective F.E. There it is. If one goes to page 49, one sees that summons, delivery by hand and email, and that sets out the relationships and the topics that I want to question him on today. He's known these topics for almost 2 full months.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We will adjourn, but we ask the evidence leaders and the witnesses' legal representatives to see us outside just now. Thank you. Let's adjourn. After careful consideration, we have taken a decision, and the decision is to postpone, but it will not be for as long as Mr. Ngwato asked for. The matter is postponed to Tuesday next week. The main reason for that is that we, to an extent, do understand the plea that time is required to go through the documentation, and we feel that in fairness we should not be too nitpicking about when exactly the documents were received or when they were not. We just decide that in the circumstances of it all, fairness dictates that we grant the postponement, and that will be to Tuesday, 3 February 2026. We make the order.
Thank you, Chair.
As to what happens from Tuesday, we will see from there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
Chair, can I make one submission? In order to save further time, can we address the issue of the remote hearing application today?
Yes. That was our idea. That was our idea. Mr. Ngwato, do you want to address us on that? And
Chair, can I ask that that this hearing is addressed in private and possibly not in this auditorium but somewhere else, because I think both parties might want to refer to matters or facts that would defeat the purpose of a closed application or a remote hearing application if they were ventilated publicly.
even the very reason that's been given by the applicant, which in the main focuses just on one aspect really. So not even that in open session.
I certainly, I mean, the evidence leaders certainly have their own concerns, but
Yes,
maybe
yes.
we can proceed as.
We've seen that the evidence leaders go beyond just what's been stated in the application itself. The evidence leaders they are quote unquote at this stage informal support for the application. Formally, we are yet to be addressed. So my issue was simply whether even the main reason that's been stated, whether that cannot be stated in open session.
I don't see a problem with investigating that in open session. I'm not sure what Mr. Mwato's attitude is. Certainly our responses. And may need to be ventilated in privately.
Yes, yeah.
What I do want to say, and just to put this clearly on the record publicly, because I don't want to give the wrong impression and expose the witness to harm that way, is that as of this stage, the witness has implicated no people in his communications to us,
Yes,
I don't want it to be thought that why I want this to be held in private is anything along those lines. The witness absolutely has not implicated a single person. Part of my complaints about the witness's statement and issues I want to take up with him questioning with him is that he has implicated nobody.
Nobody. Indeed, the statement that we have been furnished with goes to quite some length, not implicating any people, and any of the people mentioned, there are explanations by the witness, all of which do not implicate the people concerned. Mr. Ngwato, would you have any problems if at least the main reason. I do not know whether your idea of the main reason and my idea of the main reason are the same, but would you have any problem with at least the main reason for the application were to be stated in open session?
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Indeed, yes, we will have a problem with the main reason being done on an open session. We share the sentiments with Council, the evidence leader. We have attended and addressed this particular aspect, and we definitely know the type of evidence that is going to be required. Yes, he has not implicated anyone, but whatever evidence he is going to lead or may lead, potentially may end up bringing some people to light, and that's goes towards the main reason. And for that, we'd like to maybe approach.
But perhaps what I should place on record, and you'll correct me, my understanding is that the application is not for the evidence not to be heard publicly. Or is it? I thought it's more off camera, but not that it should not be heard.
That was certainly my understanding of it too, that it will be broadcast, but that the witnesses' face will not...
face and name.
Face and name will not be disclosed.
Correct, yes.
Yes. Let us adjourn then to hear the application in camera. Let's adjourn. The witness subpoenaed to appear on 30 January 2026 has applied for his testimony to be presented partially in camera. That is, his image and name not appear publicly. The application is supported by the evidence leaders. Having heard the nature of the evidence involved and the persons to whom this evidence relates, the Commission is satisfied that the physical safety of the witness may be put at risk if his image and name are placed in the public domain during his testimony. The Commission accordingly orders that the testimony of the witness will be presented without mention of his name and publication of his image. We so order. Let's adjourn until 9:30 on Monday. Let's adjourn. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Asim. Good morning, Ms. Mafisa.
Morning, Chair.
Yes. I whispered with my mic on quite early on. When we started sitting, we were told that people heard us what we were whispering about. I'll be careful.
I didn't hear anything, Chair. Chair, yesterday there was a provisional ruling made by the Commission in relation to the disclosure of names in the annexure S4 to the witness's statement, the WhatsApp. I'd like to make further submissions on that to the court, to the Commission, and perhaps if the Commission could indicate whether they will be making a final ruling or not regarding the disclosure of the names, and whether myself or Ms. Mafisa will be heard on that.
I think it's only one name now because
Yes.
in respect of the other name, it was mentioned, so that horse has bolted.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you. Yes.
Chair, I think it was appropriate yesterday to proceed in the manner that we did. As I said yesterday, out of an abundance of caution. But on reflection, it seems to me that there's no good reason not to disclose the second name that's mentioned in that chat, in that WhatsApp. And I say so for a few reasons. The first is that WhatsApp communication was shared by the witness to the Commission unredacted. So the names are known to the Commission. The second is, yesterday, the legal representatives for the witness explained that...
But just on that, unless there's something I do not know, I don't think we as a commission would pose any danger to the general. So this being shared with us, I don't think that addresses the issue that was raised by Ms. Mafisa.
Well, I'm getting to that, Chair, because I don't think that's an issue either.
Yes.
So it was shared unredacted.
Yes,
There was no communication to the Commission, we providing this to you, but that this is not to be made known in any way.
Yes.
And the reasons why it should not be made known. What we were informed yesterday was that there's indeed a link between General Sabia and Mr. X, and that the witness has evidence of this, and there was an undertaking to provide that evidence.
Because we have a witness X, maybe let's use some other letter instead of Mr. X
Mr.
in respect of this.
Well,
sorry. Yes, let's use the Mr. So-and-so that the general used yesterday.
Mr. such and somebody, Mr. so-and-so, Mr. S, whatever we call him, that was put on record yesterday, right? That there's a link between General Sabia and Mr. so-and-so. And that evidence would be made available to the Commission. And that's important because that fact goes to the core of what this Commission is here to investigate. So it's critical to the purpose of this Commission that we not only have that information, but that where we engage with it openly unless there's good reason not to engage with it openly. The reason that there's a risk to the witness doesn't bear up, because from the face of the text itself, the WhatsApp, there's no threat to the witness that is posed. The witness, in fact, himself explained yesterday that he doesn't recall that part of the meeting and that part of the discussions that took place on the 15th April because he was in the kitchen. So the risk, in fact, and you can see that also from the test.
So it's basically not the witness's information.
It's not the witness's disclosure or informing on anyone.
It's a text by someone else mentioning these names, so it doesn't come from the general.
Does not come from the witness. The risk, if there is any risk, I say if there is, because we don't really know the details. We've not been provided with the nature of the risk. The risk, if there is any, is to Mr. Madlanga, not to the witness. So the final thing then I'd say is that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi will be requested to return to the Commission and to address the contents of this WhatsApp. And when he does so, he will disclose the name. So in any event, it will become known who Mr. So-and-so is. So my submissions to you, Chair, are that there is nothing on the face of this chat that indicates a risk to the witness, and there's no good reason not to disclose it, and that so far what information we have been provided about that there is a link between Mr. General Sibiya and this Mr. So-and-so is actually quite important, and we need to hear more fully and openly about it as undertaken by the legal representatives yesterday. So I would urge the commissioners to rule the final ruling to be to disclose the name of Mr. So-and-so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hassim. Yes, Ms. Mafisa?
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Ms. Mafisa.
Commissioners, I think I've been placed in a little bit of a tight spot, if I may say so, because I don't think this is a matter that can be resolved by rational deduction. I really do not think so. We stated our reasons yesterday that there is a safety issue, and if the Commission wishes to make a final ruling on that, then that is okay. Then we will be bound to that ruling. But matters such as this, I do not think can merely be resolved by even argument. We do have reasonable belief that there is a security risk. So I think it's only fair that we led argument yesterday to try and protect Major General Sonona. As much as my learner senior has stated that Major General Sonona's life is in no way at risk, we believe that his life is at risk if he shares this particular name. And unfortunately, I cannot take it any further, especially on camera, to say that, I cannot take it any further than to say that there is some sort of risk if he were to mention this particular name. Regarding us submitting this...
Is there anything additional to what you submitted yesterday?
Chairperson, I actually just had a chat now with my attorney, and I said, if need be, we can also supplement the statement. We have no issue with sitting with the client and also supplementing our statement. We do not want to seem as if we are not trying to assist the Commission.
What statement are you referring to?
Major General Sonona's statement.
The statement on which his testimony is based.
Correct.
What's the relevance of that to the issue about the disclosure of the name? So that's why I was confused when you referred to a statement.
Yes, we are just saying that our reasoning can be can be better elucidated within the statement, and then the commissioners can read the reasoning without us having to divulge certain information in front of the cameras because of that particular security risk. So we do not mind doing that because we do want to assist the commission. The reason why we submitted the screenshots unredacted was for that main reason. We want to assist the commission. So we're not trying to hide anything. Our issue here is that it's a security risk. That is the only issue. But I cannot take it any further than to state that, Chairperson.
We have heard submissions from both sides, and this is a matter of serious concern because issues are being raised around the safety or security concerns with regard to General Sinona. That's not a matter we can ever take lightly. And indeed, where it's warranted, it's best to err on the side of caution. But we need to look at what we have before us here. And what we have before us is a WhatsApp text from General Mkhwanazi. This witness, that is General Sinona, is therefore not the author. So what he is doing is merely to read that text that comes from General Mkhwanazi. And what is said in that is thus not being said by him. It is something that is being said by General Mkhwanazi. It's information which is 100% from General Mkhwanazi. Therefore, we do not share the concerns as much as issues of the risk or the security of the witnesses before us is a matter that we are quite concerned about. In this instance, we take the view that the general must disclose the name, must read the name as part of the whole text. That is our ruling.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if
just before that, good morning, General.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Chair, if the witness is to do that now, I think he needs access to the device from his legal representative.
Mr. Baloyi, if you could assist again, please. Ms. Hassim, you will direct us where exactly you want the witness to read, or do you want him to again read from the beginning to the end? I do realize that if the witness starts somewhere in the middle, perhaps what he reads may be out of context.
Maybe out of context. It's also difficult to from our records to see exactly where, and it probably makes sense to just read it once more into the record from start to finish, and then we'll have one proper record with the entire.
That's in order.
Text.
That's in order. Thank you.
General, good morning.
Good morning, Advocate.
Could you read the WhatsApp exchange that was sent to you, the message, and can you read it from the beginning to the end?
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning once more. Hi, General, I trust you are well. You made arrangements that I meet this guy because he is your friend and brother, and he needed my help to speak to Lieutenant General Kua to place orders on his contract. He volunteered an information about a house address in Sandton where Sibia collects money using the state vehicle, and that he paid 2 million towards Sibia's purchase of his plot. He also told me about Sibia's townhouse. The fact that he is the one who introduced our meeting to the ad hoc committee and lied under oath, he invited me to make public the information that he gave me, which will put his life at risk. I am still going to that committee, and I hope he doesn't mind me exposing him to both Sibia and Steve Mutsumi. I hope you won't blame me for risking his life because I have to tell the truth about our meeting. If he thinks he can fool the committee, it's okay, but I will not say much, but to simply play a recording of our meeting verbatim because I have the record. What is worse is that after you told me about the discussion between you and him regarding Nengi, I asked you about your relationship with him. I still don't know how the two of you met to discuss about Nangi care. Besides the voice recording, cellular phone triangulation and my vehicle tracker, including access footage, will confirm the date and time of our meeting. And for his own sake, I hope that those timelines are in line with what he said before the committee in relation to his arrest. This is the man who says he met you 7 years ago, which is contradicting what you told me, that you grew up together. I guess this will be caused clear as the investigation continues. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, General.
Yesterday we were at a point where the video clip was being discussed, or there were engagements around it. And amongst other things, there was the question about whether there is or there isn't a SAPS logo. And I had engaged the General about the logo based on what you had said about the logo. But perhaps more importantly, there is the question of the request by Ms. Mafisa for them to have access to the video clip, which, am I correct that you now have that, Ms. Mafisa?
We received it, Chairperson. Thank you to the evidence leader. We did.
And you applied your minds to it.
Yes, we have.
May the engagement with the General on it continue then.
Please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Hassim, I don't know whether that's where you want to start or whether you want to start elsewhere.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to start there. I'm going to start elsewhere. We may circle back to that in later on in the day. But I'd like to begin at the beginning again. And what that beginning is for me is the nature of the relationship between you, Major General, and Mr. Madlanga that you were giving evidence about yesterday. So what we heard from you yesterday was that you met around 2018, 2019, you became close, he was like a brother to you, that you met regularly, and that you frequently conversed about current affairs, and that you shared news and media clips with each other. in the course of your discussions about things that are in the media and current affairs. Have I summarized that correctly?
In some, but I want to correct that, Commissioners. We converse about issues in general and media clips that were garnering our attention, my attention, and the attention of the community that was in the public domain. I just wanted to correct that. We don't sit and discuss each and every media clip, but it will be media clips that are of concern, is either from his side or from my side, but not necessarily that always we sit and discuss media clips, but we discuss issues that also related to the our families as well.
But you did say that you discuss current affairs, correct? And that you frequently discussed current affairs.
Current affairs, it also include, it's not limited to media clips, but it also include our personal issues, Commissioners.
Okay. It includes that, but it doesn't exclude what the normal understanding of current affairs is, which is the news, what's occupying the nation, what's occupying public opinion, correct?
I believe I've given you my answer.
Or you can just say yes or no.
General, your voice seems to have gone down today.
You know,
I do hear you, but you are not as loud.
Must I raise it?
Just
apologies.
Or perhaps pull the mics closer. I don't know, but something has happened to your voice today.
Oh, thank you, Commissioners. Apologies for that. I've indicated that I've provided my response to that question, and I believe that is the view of the advocate, but I've provided my response, Commissioners. Thank you.
I think I understand that to be a yes to my answer. So we don't need to dwell on it further. You also said yesterday that you had no knowledge that Mr. Madlanga is a criminal and of his alleged criminal activities.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Okay. So I'd like to take you to some of what was occupying the nation for some time. And for this purpose, could you please turn to the file with the media clips? And I'm not sure how it's marked on your file. And if you need assistance, we can assist. So, on this topic of what occupies the news and public opinion, do you know the name Babita Deokaran?
Yes, I know the name Babita Deokaran.
And so you would be aware then of her assassination for exposing links between criminal syndicates and government officials related to particularly the corrupt contract with Tembisa Hospital.
I can recall that. Commissioners.
You recall that?
I can recall that.
And you would have read about this in the media?
Not necessarily read, but I can recall that, Commissioners.
Okay. But you say you did not know that Mr. Madlanga was implicated in this scandal.
Which scandal, Commissioners?
The scandal that I just referred to. The one that many investigative journalists were reporting on.
There is a number of 1, 2, up to 12 of newspaper clips, commissioners.
I'm talking about the Babita Deokaran exposure of the criminal syndicates.
In this bundle, where is it referenced so that I can respond properly?
No, we'll go to the bundle. I'm asking you a question about whether you were aware that Mr. Matlala was implicated in the Tembisa hospital scandal.
I was not aware, commissioners.
So let's then go to the media clips. And so the first, you'll see there are a number of articles that are included in this bundle. They're just a selection of what is available if you were to Google. But the first article, if you could please turn to that, it's page 1. And it's dated 13 Feb 2023. Do you see that?
I see that, commissioners.
And it's a long article, but the first bold paragraph reads as follows. A central figure in the Tembisa hospital procurement scandal, security boss Vusi Musi Matlala is now under investigation for the illegal use of blue lights and sirens. This was reported in February 2023. Did you not have any knowledge of this at the time?
At the time, I've just got knowledge of this when you gave me this file yesterday.
You were not aware of any of the allegations against Mr. Matlala that were being reported on in the media since at least 2023?
As I've testified yesterday, commissioners, I was not aware of it.
You weren't aware of this? Okay. So
Sorry, Ms. Hassan.
Yes.
We've just been alerted by the Commission spokesperson that there is indeed an issue with the sound, and that some journalists have indicated so. General, I don't know.
So is it with my sound or?
Maybe closer to the mic. Yeah, please, yeah. This one as well, yeah.
Am I audible now, commissioners?
And
General, maybe the other issue is when you are responding, it seems like you are responding to Advocate Hasim, who's close to you, and you're only focusing on her. So pretend that you are responding to the commission and try to raise your voice. If we can hear you, then you must assume that even the audio-visual equipment is capturing you correctly. So don't just have a conversation with Advocate Hasim, but have a conversation with the rest of us. That way, it is captured correctly, and for transcription purposes, we won't have issues in the future.
I've noted that, Commissioner.
Thank you so
just
much.
That when I look at her, I just want to capture properly what is the advocate telling me. But if I look the other side, I might miss some things, but I'll try to comply with your directive, Commissioners. Thank you.
when listening, there's no issue at all. But I guess when you are speaking, once you do that, then you are no longer aligned with the microphones. I think that's the issue.
I will comply, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, so just to return to the article implicates Mr. Matlala in the use of blue lights, as I've just read out. The article also reads, Tembisa Hospital tender tycoon Vusi Musi Matlala, whose companies scored nearly 5 million rand in contracts, red flagged by Babita Deokaran, is now under investigation for his illegal blue light cavalcade used for airport trips and school runs. The article continues to say that Mr. Matlala has close ties to a Mr. Maumela. It also says that Mr. Maumela is tied to Matlala through his once shared interest in the private security outfit called CAT VIP Protection. Those are the sort of headlines of the article. I'm not going to go through the rest of it. But as you can see, it's quite a detailed report. Do you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
So the next article is dated 19 October 2023. And this one is an article in the Sowetan. And if you look at page 9 of the bundle, again, this media outlet refers to page 9, the last paragraph. Do you see that? It discusses social media posts by a person alleged to be a partner to Vusimusi Madlanga, and it reads that this person would inadvertently expose a questionable relationship between Madlanga, a businessman implicated in the Tembisa Hospital corruption scandal, and it goes on, it's cut off. But it basically is saying that Mr. Madlanga is implicated in that Tembisa Hospital corruption scandal. You weren't aware of this reporting at the time?
Correct, Commissioners.
So the third media article is dated 20 December 2024. And it's page 16. Do you see it?
Page 16.
Yes.
Yes.
And again, this is an in-depth piece of investigative journalism, so I'm just going to read the summary that's included in the news report, and that's on page 16. And it says, security boss and Tembisa Hospital tenderpreneur Vusimusi Madlanga had his home and office raided by police this week. Madlanga and his companies were red flagged by Babita Deokaran before her murder, and the investigation she started has now morphed into a special investigating unit probe and a Hawks investigation. While Madlanga is in the crosshairs on one front, another of his companies landed a 360 million rand health services tender from the police. Do you see that?
Yes, Commissioners.
You were not aware of this at the time?
I never read this article.
You were not aware of any of these kind of allegations? Were you aware of the raid on Mr. Madlanga's home and office?
The office raid, I was aware, as I've testified yesterday, that he told me the police came to his place to do the firearm inspection compliance, and then they were looking at his firearms, and then I said, that is the normal duties of the DFO. If they do that, there's nothing wrong. I don't see anything wrong in that, in the police. That one, he told me, I was aware of that one, but I never saw the newspaper clip.
He didn't share any of this, these news pieces with you at the time?
The news of?
These news articles that were circulating, he didn't share it with you?
As commissioners, as it was, his phone was obtained by the police and downloaded, and with these softwares and so forth. If he shared these newspaper articles with me, it would have been also displayed in the bundle that the Commission has given us. And then also, if I have shared with him, I came across any of these articles, it would have been found there that there is this communication between Mr. Madlanga and General Senona in relation to these newspaper articles. It must be noted, Commissioners, that amongst other things that I do as a police officer, I do not patrol media space to look for things. Whatever happened to meet, I will read and deal with it. I normally don't patrol media things and look for things. Sometimes if a person sends you something, we will look at it and then it will ignite you to have a concern. But sometimes you pick it up while you are doing your job, and then it will ignite you, and then you'll be able to deal with it if you want to. It's not always a question of that. But these articles, commissioners, I read them. They gave me the file yesterday after we have agenda. I went to them. I checked my WhatsApp that was given to me. I've never come across this, or no, Mr. Madlanga has sent it to me, or any other person. And then I'm saying, should it have happened that I come across this type of messages, I think I would have employed what I did with the newspaper article of the 5th of March. To start to call him and question him about these things. And that would have increased my worry into the suspicions of his criminal activities, commissioners. I think that is my response that I can give before the commission. Other than that, I've no other better explanation to provide before the commission.
You see, General, that doesn't answer the question, because what you're saying is you didn't know because he didn't send you the articles, because, and in fact, you don't even say that. You say, if you look at the phone, it's not there. There are many ways in which he communicated with you. And my question was whether he shared this with you in any form. You didn't answer that question. You say, well, look at what we have. And if it's not in what we have, then he didn't do it. That's evading the question. Now, there's a second part to this, which is that even if Mr. Madlanga did not share it with you, as you said, you discussed current affairs, this was an issue that was gripping the country. It was a shocking scandal, and Mr. Madlanga was notorious at this time. He was being reported on repeatedly in the media. So you didn't need Mr. Madlanga to share this with you if you were just watching average news, don't you think?
Commissioners, I believe I've responded to this question. It's coming again in a different way. I never came across these newspaper articles, and I've indicated if these newspaper articles came across me, I would have dealt with it as I dealt with that one of the 5th of March. That is my response. And besides,
yeah.
okay.
Oh, I was saying, I think the question goes beyond just newspapers. I heard Advocate Hassim to refer to even ordinary news, not necessarily newspapers, or not newspapers only. So is your answer that you never got to know about this from any news source whatsoever?
I'm saying yes, commissioners, because the only thing that it happened to catch me, it was that name of the late Mrs. Babita. But deeper to that, as when the advocate started with this newspaper clips, when she asked me. But ordinarily, if I would have came across this and then I read these names, definitely I would have dealt with it the way I dealt with that other one. And then that is my submission to you, commissioners.
So you never got to hear about alleged culprits in respect of the contracts that were being discussed in this context?
The conference?
Culprits. Alleged culprits.
Commissioners, all I know that the murder of Ms. Babita Deokran was investigated by the Johannesburg Serious Organized Crime. I saw the arrest because I know some of the investigators, but the in-depth of this thing, I never happened to make any follow-up or look into this type of things. As I indicated, I'm not patrolling normally, but you won't find me patrolling too much on the media space looking for newspaper articles. But if it came to my attention, commissioners, I can definitely say I would have dealt with it in terms of what I did with the newspaper clip of the 5th of March, and it would have increased my wary suspicions with regard to our relationship.
General, when you say the name of Babita Diakoran caught your attention, what exactly about it caught your attention?
Is that she was killed for exposing corruption. Is the matter that a whistleblower was killed and then they put the name Babita Diakoran.
And where did you get that information?
I can't recollect 100% because this is something that came here now, but I don't want to give an opinion that I can't substantiate, but that one I did know. You know, I think if I'm right, it might be on radio, on my way to work or what, but I don't want to assume, commissioners. I don't have a good recollection. This is something new that was brought by the advocate to me, but if I can't recollect, I don't want to come and make opinions, but I've already indicated, Commissioner, that should I have found this thing, and then I would have dealt with it in terms of that.
All right. Forget for now, for purposes of my discussion with you or my engagement with you, forget that you got the file this morning because I'm not speaking to this. I don't monitor the media, but I know that I had this in the news, like every South African watching TV. It was national news. I think that we can take as a common fact that it was in the news. It made national news, and that's the only way I became aware of this story. You became aware of this story, you say you think on radio. Now, my question really is, what about it on radio did you hear? You didn't just hear the name she was killed, because it was a big story. There was a fuller story to it, and I would like to understand what it is you say you had, whether on radio, whether on TV, but when you heard about this name and that she's been killed, what else about it did you hear?
A whistleblower, Commissioner, has been killed for exposing corruption.
And that story would have said what corruption and where, right?
I do not have a recollection of that, Commissioner.
You must, General. I'm going to press you on this. You must. I think you're being selective in what you want to say you remember, which is it was just that she was killed. There was always a complete story about this, explaining what it's alleged she had done, blew the whistle on, and who was implicated in that. And it's difficult to accept that you heard about this killing, but you didn't hear what it is that she's supposed to have blown the whistle on, and who are the people that are implicated. It's difficult to accept that you didn't hear that information.
Commissioners, I say a whistleblower has been murdered for exposing corruption in Tembisa Hospital.
Yes. So you knew it was corruption, it related to corruption at Tembisa Hospital?
Yes, Commissioners.
And you say what you did not hear is that corruption implicated, or the allegations implicated Mr. Matlala's company. That's a part that you say you didn't hear.
No, when you read today, Commissioners, when this was read, when I read it, it is not Matlala alone that was implicated here. When I read these articles today.
Yes.
Yeah, so I realize Matlala is part of this. There's other people and companies that are mentioned, but prior, I was not privy to know that which companies, but what was said on the radio, as if I remember very well, traveling to work, was a whistleblower who was murdered for exposing corruption at Tembisa Hospital. And then in the radio, I think they were talking about a lot of topics and other things, but this one came out because, Commissioners, if I was to be selective, I don't have to be selective because I will admit to things that I heard about, but allow me not to admit to things that I didn't hear.
Okay.
And then allow me to give you the best recollection of my events as they were unfolding. But I want to plead that I must not be pressurized to give an answer that I don't know about. If I don't know, commissioners, I really don't know. It is my humble submission that please I do not want to be pressurized to say things that tomorrow might come and say, but at the commission, this is what you said.
Yes.
So,
General, the intention is not to pressurize you. I asked you simply this. This is all I asked you. I said, you heard on radio, on what you've just said, you heard on radio that Ms. Diokaran, a whistleblower, has been killed. That's, you say, I heard that on radio. 1. 2, you heard on radio, you say that she was killed for blowing the whistle on corruption at Tembisa Hospital. You say that's what you heard on radio. What I was testing with you, or what I was asking you, was you did not hear in those radio reports, you did not hear that Mr. Matlala's company is one, or the company that is implicated in the corruption at Tembisa Hospital. I was checking that part you say you did not hear. And
correct.
the answer is yes, no. You
correct.
either heard it or you didn't.
I didn't hear that, Commissioner,
Thank
if you
you.
allow me to answer, but you said I will pressurize you to respond. That is why I said what I said, Commissioners.
Because I wanted a
That's
clear
what-
answer. I wanted a clear answer to make sure that I do understand your answer, that you heard Ms. Diokaran has been killed. She was a whistleblower on corruption at Tembisa Hospital. You heard that part. I wanted to be clear about that. And then finally, to be clear that your evidence is that you did not hear that Mr. Matlala's company was implicated by the whistleblower. That's all. It's that simple. I just wanted an
Correct,
answer to that. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Commissioner Beloy. General, I'm not going to move off these media clips because I hear what you're saying, but it doesn't make sense because, as I said, thanks to good journalism in this country, you couldn't avoid hearing about the developments in the investigation of this particular scandal. You couldn't avoid it. And you can see that as I take you through these particular articles. And as I said, this is a sample. And this is just what is posted online. There was radio and there was TV. And there were other forms of social media posts regarding this. So I'm going to go through it because this was on 20 December, this particular article. Now what we have is not only that Mr. Matlala was involved in the Tembisa scandal, but also that his company was raided and that he's been awarded a further tender, the one that we were discussing yesterday in the purchase orders related to the further tender. So there are more information is emerging. So this is on 20 December, and we've gone through the headlines of that. And again, you would have already read this, and you would have seen that it's a very detailed report. Can you go to page 28, the next article, which is 23 December? And the other thing you'll see is that the reporting on this is really every couple of days. There's something new that emerges. So 23 December, page 28, you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
So now, if you just look at the headline summary, the first paragraph, businessman and entrepreneur previously linked to Tembisa Hospital, fraud investigations, it says, is now entangled in a case involving the kidnapping of a woman and a child. That's the first paragraph, you see that?
I see that, Commissioners.
The second paragraph says, following a raid at his home, where expensive watches, electronics, and guns were seized, Madlanga has launched court action to overturn unlawful police action. Do you see that?
I see it, Commissioners.
And then the third paragraph says his court papers provide a rare window into the dramatic raid and his connection to high-ranking officers after his company was awarded a police health services tender worth 360 million. Now, this article is now referring to additional information. This is now not just about a firearm inspection compliance at his office. This is a raid at his home. And you've said that you and Mr. Madlanga speak regularly and that you spoke about his struggles. Are you saying that you had no discussion with Mr. Madlanga about this raid on his home?
Yes, Commissioners, he never told me about the raid. I've already indicated that in my evidence in chief what he shared with me. And I've already indicated this morning, Commissioners, apologies, I was looking this side. Please bear with me. I also indicated this morning that he did inform me about the firearm inspection. Then I told him that if there's nothing wrong, you don't have to worry. So, Commissioners, I must indicate that even though the advocate is saying it doesn't make sense to her, but my job is to deal with investigations. I must focus at my province, KwaZulu-Natal. And I must tell you that even if my performance can be flagged here, over and above what I had highlighted here, in the country, the Republic of South Africa, for the past 3 financial years, excluding this one, the current one because it has not yet ended, the performance of my province, because I focus on my work, it was the one was 98% and the other two was 100% when you look into the serious commercial crime investigations. And I was carrying the country in order to achieve its objectives. You see, hence I said I don't patrol the media. And then if I came across these newspaper articles, I'm repeating again, I would have dealt with it, Commissioners, in line with what I did with the article of the 5th of March. And I would have sent it to him and ask him questions about it. So since this never came to my attention and the issue of that his company was linked to this exposure by a whistleblower that was murdered, may her soul rest in peace, I would have dealt with it in line with this, and it would have an impact in my relationship with him, Commissioners.
Can I just ask a slightly different question? Assuming you are correct that you did not look at the newspaper articles from December to February 2022, are you aware that Mr. Madlanga had a criminal record prior to you starting a friendship with him?
I was not aware, Commissioner. I became aware when it was read in the ad hoc, ad hoc committee, that there is this long list of criminal record.
Is it not a red flag that the head of the province for the Hawks is friends with people who have criminal records and he's unaware of it, or he chooses to ignore it? I don't know which is which. Is it not a red flag?
Commissioners, if you don't know anything, there's no red flag about it unless you were aware of it. And I must put it on record, Commissioners, that when you, in this room, I want to invite that is there anyone in this room when you have a friend, one goes and say, let me profile this friend of mine to see what type of a person he is. Even our partners, nobody does that. until in the police, you profile a person when he's a subject of investigation. You don't abuse the state resources. So if I'm saying, Commissioner, in short, I was not aware, and then I've never even profiled him.
So it doesn't bother you who you associate with. You say, if they don't tell me they could be serial killers, for all I care, I will be their friends until they tell me that they are serial killers. Is that your attitude?
You know, Commissioner, a serial killer, you might find we have inside here, I got training to that. A serial killer is a different type of a person who is a normal person within the societies and everything. And once he starts, that thing ignites. And then what will happen? He will go and kill. And then from there he comes back after a certain period of time, it comes up again. And then that is a serial killer.
But General, I don't want you to avoid my question by trying to explain to me what a serial killer is. I was simply making an example that as head of province for the Hawks, do you not check the type of people you befriend or you associate with?
I do not profile them. Until if I know there is anything sinister, then I'll start to ask questions. I'll start to engage the very same person that I'm I've befriended. And that what about these things, as I've done with this article of the 5th of March, commissioners. You know, when a relationship is starting and it's moving, until such time you find things that are sinister, then that is when you start to do those type of things. But before that, I didn't. And my responsibilities here was to deal with crime in KwaZulu-Natal.
But this is now 6-7 years later. It's not at the beginning of the friendship.
Correct, commissioners. I didn't profile him or search for who is he, what has he done wrong with the law.
So it did not bother you that here is a person who's going into business with my son. I want to protect my son. Let me check him out to see if he has a criminal record, if my son is not entering into a business relationship with somebody who has a criminal record. All those things did not bother you.
Commissioners, I cannot go and profile a person if he does business with my son. There's a lot of other people that were doing business with my son. I didn't profile them. I became very worried once that thing was displayed at the ad hoc committee. So, on a serious note, commissioners, I think I've responded to that. I don't do that.
General, I think two questions for me from this. You say you got concerned when things came up by the ad hoc committee. Are you saying to us that before the ad hoc committee process, you never became aware from media reports that Mr. Madlanga is implicated in serious criminal conduct? For example, there's the alleged attempted murder of his former partner, for which ultimately I think he gets arrested. And there are other things that have been reported. Are you saying to us, until the ad hoc committee, you never became aware of those kind of serious allegations against him?
Commissioner, I was responding to the criminal records of Mr. Madlanga. But to come direct to your question, remember, I testified yesterday about what General Mkwanazi talked about, this thing of attempted murder on the girlfriend. I became aware there, and then over and above that, he was eventually arrested. And then I said I completely cut ties with him. And another thing is the issue of, he says the police visited him to do the firearm inspections at his offices. So normally, under normal circumstances, we do not, as police, profile people that are not the subject of investigation. If a person is being profiled You take his ID, you take his fingerprints to check who he is and so forth. That person must be a subject of investigation. Other than that, with me, I won't do it because it is not correct.
Okay. He's your friend. You refer to him as my brother. So he's not just any person. He's not me in your life, right? He's someone close to you. You become aware in the media or whatever form, but you concede that you became aware, at least as far as I understand you, that there were allegations about his possible involvement in the attempted murder of his ex-partner. This is before he is arrested. You become aware of that. Is your evidence that even with that allegation that's in the public domain, you still do not check on your friend and brother to see what is it about him? What is his story? You still don't check. You're happy to ignore it and then carry on with your life until he is arrested.
Commissioner, check in the sense of?
To do a profile of him at that point, to go and look at his record. Why are these things being said about him? Are you saying, and please keep in mind that the questions are asked of you because you are head of the Hawks. You may be in KZN, but you are head of an important institution that deals with serious crimes. So the question is asked of you in that way. You're not an ordinary citizen. You're not a junior police officer. You have a friend/brother. Allegations are made about him in the public domain that he may be involved in an attempted murder. But there's more to it, but I'm happy to discuss it on the basis of just this one allegation. At that point, you still say that, well, I've no business investigating him or finding out about him, in fact, not investigate, but finding out more about this person who's so close to me, that I'm associating with, that I'm discussing personal matters and police business with. You still say at that point you think it's not your business to find out more about him.
Commissioners, according to what I heard in that meeting on the 15th of April, the matter was under investigation, and not by me, but by the people that the general knew, General Mkwanaz. So they are responsible to do the profiling and everything. I didn't want to go and profile and do other things. I can't profile a person that is not the subject of investigation. And I think I've already indicated that slowly but for sure, after the article of the 5th of March, I was moving away, reversing away from him. I indicated it yesterday in my evidence. So what the commissioner is asking me, I didn't do it, Commissioner. I never went and profiled him.
Okay, just lastly, just to make sure, so that I make sure I understand your answer. Lastly, is your answer that even when you heard, let's say in that meeting with General Mkwanaz, that, he's being investigated for possible involvement in an attempted murder, even when you heard it in that meeting, you decided, this has nothing to do with me. I see nothing wrong in continuing to associate closely with someone who is accused or who's being investigated, because you knew in that meeting that he's being investigated, you tell us. You're saying to us that you decided after that I don't care, it's fine. I'll continue to be friends with this person who's being investigated by the police, and I'll continue to discuss with him whatever business I want to discuss with him. Is that what you're telling us?
I'm saying, Commissioner, the Commissioner is saying associate closely. I've said after the 5th of March, I started to slowly moving out.
I'm sorry, I must interrupt you, General. I'm not talking about the 5th of March. I'm talking about the meeting with General Mkwanaz, which is in November already, if I'm not mistaken, and where you hear you say to us, if you had it for the first time, and I'm prepared for purposes of this engagement to accept that you had it for the first time in that meeting, so forget March, which is later on. What I'm checking with you, and really I think you can give me a yes/no answer here, that you hear in that meeting that Mr. Madlanga is being investigated by the SAPS for possibly involvement in an attempted murder. You hear that in that meeting, and you tell us in your statement. You hear that in the meeting. Is your evidence to us now that even after hearing that, you had no difficulty continuing to have him as someone close to you, that you discuss whatever business you continue to discuss with him without distancing yourself from him at that point? After that point, you were happy. You thought there's nothing wrong in your continued relationship with a suspect, is really the bottom line of what I'm asking you. And if your answer is a yes, I'm happy for you to say yes, and we move on.
Can I say this, Commissioners? It was the first time I heard about that investigation. And another division is investigating that matter. I don't interfere in that, number one. Number two is that I already indicated I was moving away to this relationship that I was having with him. It has already started. And, you know, when a person is being investigated, they say there is allegations of this. I didn't have more facts until he was arrested. So the commissioner wants to know is it still okay to continue friendship with that person. My response is that the process has already started for me to move away.
Okay, General, I'm going to accept to take your answer to my question as being, you did not see anything wrong after you found out in that meeting with General Mkwanazi, if that was the first time you found out, after you found out there that he's being investigated by the SAPS for attempted murder, you saw nothing wrong. You didn't have a problem with the continuing relationship with him immediately after that meeting. I take that to be your answer because you refused to answer me directly. A question that I am confident is capable of a direct answer, yes, no. You've answered it many times, and I accept it as you say you saw nothing wrong in continuing that relationship. Thank you.
My answer still stands, Commissioner.
Thank you,
The termination of the relationship was in process.
General, take you back again to these news reports. We were looking at an article on the 23rd of December 2024 in which very serious allegations are made about your friend. And if you look at the next article, page 33, also 23 December 2024, similar allegations repeated in a different newspaper. Did you understand? I just want to make sure you understood my point earlier about the kind of coverage that this issue is receiving, and that because of that, one didn't need to patrol the media in order to become informed of this. Did you understand that point that I was making?
I do not have that.
Because you keep saying you didn't patrol the media, so I think that you maybe didn't understand me.
Thank you, Commissioners. I don't have to understand something that I didn't see. I don't think it is a fair question. I can't understand something that I didn't see. You will make a finding about something that we have seen and read. But if you didn't see anything and read it, you can't make a finding or an opinion. Thank you, Commissioners.
You didn't understand what I was saying. But, you know, it's fine. let's move on. My point remains that one did not have to patrol the media in order to become informed of all of these things that I'm putting to you. Do you understand that?
I have already said my business and focus was in KwaZulu-Natal to deal with the mandate of the GPCI KZN.
Yes, except that all of these media reports concern your friend, number one, and number two, concern matters that are very much related to your job.
Commissioners, if you didn't see anything, there's nothing that you can do. But if you saw something, and then it is within your mandate to deal with it, you need to deal with it. But I've already indicated, Commissioner.
You see, General, the problem is that you talk about this as if it related to someone you did not know at all. You have, or rather yesterday, you repeatedly referred to Mr. Madlanga not only as your friend, but also as your brother. You even, in isiZulu or isiXhosa, referred to yourself in relation to him as Ubhuti. Do you remember that?
Correct, Commissioner.
Now, this is something that concerns your younger brother, you, the Bhuti. It concerns your younger brother. It's not about somebody out there whom you do not know. See, that's what makes it difficult for me and I'm sure others to comprehend. Do you wish to comment on that?
Commissioner, if I didn't see it, it puts me in a difficult position to shall have dealt with it. So my answer still remains, Commissioners. I didn't see this newspaper clip. And in our deliberations, when I met with him, my younger brother Ubhuti, he never highlighted this thing to me. The ones that you have highlighted, Commissioners, I have already given a response and an answer that this is the ones that he told me about.
You see,
okay.
In addition to the difficulty, but I'm sure Ms. Hassim will probably come to that and with more specificity. A theme that runs through your statement is that when it comes to anything concerning Mr. Madlanga, even when you look at the texts, you either do not recall or you do not know, and if it's a text staring you in your face, you will say, yes, I do read it now, but I just do not quite recall what this was all about. That's a theme that runs through your testimony. That includes even the events at the apartment in Durban. You were conveniently going up and down to refill your glass, and I do not know how quickly you gulp up your drink, that for the most part you would not have been with the people that we're discussing. So quite conveniently, the simple point I'm making, quite conveniently, the issues that relate to Mr. Madlanga and which appear to implicate him to some wrongdoing, conveniently, you distance yourself, you don't remember. Don't you find that strange? Do you not realize that we will find that strange, or to be strange?
Commissioners, I'm a human being. I'm subjected to the characteristics of a human being. If I don't remember, and then it gives the commissioners a concern, it is an unfortunate situation. You know, I'll tell the commissioners this. When I was talking about the theft of trucks in Port Shepstone, because one was making notes, doing everything, and then collecting statements and everything, I read, because I was requested to come and talk about it. Then those things reminded me. But in relation to what
Even,
we are talking about here,
even these, you were requested to come and talk about them.
yes, Commissioner,
In the same way you were requested to come and talk about the theft of the drugs.
I went.
But with regard to these, you don't remember. So far as they relate to Mr. Madlanga and possible complicity or alleged complicity, you don't remember.
Commissioners, what I was having in my possession is the documents that was sent to me as per Rule 3 from the Commission. And we came here, requested additional information that was provided for us. Whatever was provided to us, and then I looked into this. My phone, I indicated yesterday, we went into the OutCloud and everything. I couldn't get that. Only thing that I'm relying on is what the Commission has given me, because I didn't know one day me communicating or talking with Mr. Madlanga, one will end up here. But whatever I recall, I will gladly give the Commission. But whatever I can't recall, there's nothing that I can formulate and say this is what it is. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. Yes, Ms. Hassan.
Thank you, Chair. So, staying in December 2024, you say nothing comes to your attention from the media in any form that implicates your friend. Don't close your bundle on the media because we're not done with it. But can you open, in addition, the exhibit file, 1 of 3, and can you turn to page 3? 3. So you'll see that these are the WhatsApp conversation between you and Mr. Madlanga. Do you see that?
Correct.
So on page 3, can you read the exchanges between you and Mr. Madlanga on that page? There's 4 exchanges.
Thank you, Commissioners. The first one says, "Good morning, brother."
And can you say what date that is?
28/12/2024. The second one is, "Good morning, Donna," on the 28th of December 2024. The third one on the very same date is, "I trust that you are fine under the circumstances."
Pause there. That is what you sent to Mr. Madlanga, 28 December 2024, right?
Correct,
You sent to him,
Commissioners.
"I trust that you are fine under the circumstances."
Correct, Commissioners.
So what were you talking about then? We've just gone through all of these stuff that's in the media. What did you mean under the circumstances?
It was after he told me that they took his firearms during the firearm inspections.
So all you knew about was the firearm.
That is what we were talking about here. I was referring to here.
Can you read the next message?
The guy I went to see really helped. I will tell you whenever you back this side. Monday I'm starting with our project. Nothing is disturbing me anymore.
What did he mean by that? The guy I went to see really helped.
This one, that specific one, I can't recollect. But the next one, I realized that it was a third party that I referred to him to do the risk assessment on CAT VIP security while we were engaging on when we met.
Okay,
I don't know the guy that he went to see.
The guy I went to see really helped. You don't know.
Yeah.
Don't remember.
Yeah. And I don't want to assume as well, Commissioners.
And when he says, I'm starting with our project, he refers to our project. Is this a project between you and him, or that includes you and him?
Our project is the one that I proposed to him through a third person that needed to assist him.
That's the project.
Yeah.
So you were involved in a project with Mr. Madlanga, but the nature of it was simply to give him a contact number.
It is not that I was involved in a project with him. I referred him to a third party to assist him with this project.
With which project?
The risk assessment. You know, when we talk our language, when we talk outside here, you need to try and do a proper English so that everyone. When you talk, sometimes the use of the words, they have different meanings. Even if it is work, somebody might say project. So here, it was the third party that I've referred to him in order to assist him with the risk assessment.
And when he says nothing is disturbing me anymore, what did you understand that to mean?
I don't have an understanding. I believe he was ready to move with it.
He says nothing is disturbing me anymore. Doesn't it suggest that he was facing troubles and he was disturbed, but that now nothing is disturbing him anymore?
One can draw that inference, but what kind of troubles, if, as you are saying, advocate, I can't tell, but this is a project that I referred him to the third parties to assist him with the risk management in his VIP security company.
And you saw him soon after this exchange of texts?
Soon meaning?
Within a few days of this. Because he says, I will tell you about it whenever you come back this side, and then you say, I'm coming back that side tomorrow, a week.
Yeah, we never met when I came to Pretoria. It was during the festive seasons where this time, you see, 28, 29, 30, we never actually met so that he can be able to tell me. And the issue of this project was in relation to the risk assessment of the security company. But when I came back home, we never met. Even if you can go through this follow-up WhatsApp messages, around the second. If you look at the second in page 6, he says, I told him that I hope he celebrated a very good New Year. And then he said, let me know when you are around. Then I said, great. We normally met as and when it is necessary, and when I come back to Pretoria, because I work in KwaZulu-Natal. When I come here, we will talk and meet and discuss whatever we needed to discuss, and then from there, even if he comes to Durban on his private things, sometimes he will tell me, I'm coming to Durban, find out me, I'm coming to Pretoria.
Thank you. General, I'm going to pause you there, not because I want you to be able to give that evidence, but we will come to the question of your visits. I just want to stick to the point of what I was asking you, which is about these exchanges and this project. So, and him saying nothing is disturbing me anymore, you saying this related to the risk assessment of his company, and that company was CAT VIP Protection.
Yeah.
And you had discussions with him regarding risk assessment of that company.
I'm saying I have referred him to a third party.
I heard that. Are you saying We referred
allow
him to
me
a
to
third
finish?
party without any discussion with him.
Can you allow me to finish responding to your question? Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. I won't be able to make it what exactly is the question. So I'm saying this is the message he sent me. As far as I can recollect, is that the project that is referred here is the issue of the risk assessment commissioners of his security company. You know, in our deliberations, we'll talk about the risk assessment, check if this, for example, if you're going to run short of personnel and then you have a contract to deal with, how are you going to mitigate that risk or red flag? Now, other things that if you say, I'm starting with our project, nothing is disturbing me anymore, actually, it's a problem for me to respond. Maybe he must explain it, but for me, I'm drawing an inference for the benefit of the commission. But he will have to tell all those his challenges that are no more disturbing him. But if I can think of, as I indicated earlier, in that the visit of the 19th of December where they took his firearms, I know it was a problem for him because it has also, came as a risk that now the firearms are gone. How, if you get a client, what is it that you will do? Thank you, Commissioners.
So what would help us is if you answered my question and then explained. I have no problem with you taking time and giving you explanations. What is derailing us a little bit is not answering the question and dealing with side issues. So listen to me and answer the question, and then I have no problem with you expanding on your answer. So you've just said that you discussed with him risk assessment of his company, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this is in the context of his company being named as linked to tender fraud and criminal activity. That would be a serious risk. Not so?
Not that kind of a risk, Commissioners. We never discussed that kind of a risk here in December 2024.
But you accept that that would be a very serious risk. Your name and your company is in the media linked to tender fraud and other criminal activity.
That is your...
That would be a very serious risk.
Sorry, General. I don't understand the question now to be about whether that is what you and Mr. Madlanga discussed. The question is, would something of this nature be a serious risk?
For the company to be involved in serious allegations of...
Yeah, of fraud, tender fraud.
It might be listed as a risk. It might be. But it's upon him if that is going to pose the risk, not me saying it is a risk.
See, General, you're advising him on conducting risk assessment of his company.
Okay.
You've accepted that. You've also told us you discussed the issue of the firearm compliance inspection that happened and the risk that that may pose and what he needs to do. But are you saying that even though you discussed that aspect of the risk to his company, there was no discussion of the risk that's posed by his company being named as being part of a tender fraud? Is that what you're saying?
The security company?
Yes. VIP, what you've just said, VIP Protection Services. Isn't that the name of the company?
That is the name of the company. What is the question again?
You said you had discussions with Mr. Madlanga about conducting risk assessments on his company, right?
Yeah. Yes, Commissioners.
And you said as part of that discussion, you spoke about the firearm inspection that took place at his company, correct?
I was giving you an example.
You were giving me an example. I'm giving you another example of a risk to the company that was very evident to anybody, which is that the company and Mr. Madlanga were named as being linked to tender fraud and other crimes. And I'm asking you whether you are saying that that particular risk didn't come up in your discussions on risk assessment.
Correct, it didn't come out.
General, perhaps the more helpful way, and I'm aware that it's 11 o'clock, let me pose my question anyway, and then we can deal with it when you come back, you can respond. Perhaps the more helpful way is for you to explain to us what was the risk assessment that you advised he should get, because in any institution there are different areas of risk. So you must tell us what is the risk assessment that you said he must seek, because then only when we know what risk was being assessed, then we can make sense of he's telling you, accepting when he says my problem is now solved, I can get on with my project, because then you know exactly what he's talking about. So perhaps over the break, try and remember what it is that you said is the risk that he must speak to this third party for assessment.
Can I?
When we come back, General.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So you are being given quite some time to ponder. Let's adjourn until 1:15.
There and go all the way to the end.
Thank you, Commissioners. Hi, General. I trust that you are well. You made arrangements that I meet this guy, Kate, because he is your friend and brother, and he needed my help to speak to General Kua to place orders on his contract. He volunteered an information about a house, address in Sandton, where Sibia collects money using the state vehicle, and that he paid 2 million towards Sibia's purchase of his plot. He also told me about Sibia's townhouse. The fact that he's the one who introduced our meeting at the ad hoc committee and lied under oath, he invited me to make public the information that he gave me, which will put his life at risk. I'm still going to that committee, and I hope he doesn't mind me exposing him to both Sibia and Mr. Sorenso. I hope you won't blame me for risking his life because I have to tell the truth about our meeting. If he thinks he can fool the committee, it's okay, but I will not say much, but to simply play a recording of our meeting verbatim because I have the record. What is worse is that after you told me about the discussion between you and him regarding Nengi, I asked you about your relationship with him. I still don't know how the two of you met to discuss about Nangi care. Besides voice recordings, cellular phones and triangulation and my vehicle tracker, including access footage, will confirm the date and time of our meeting, and for his own sake, I hope that those timelines are in line with what he said before the committee in relation to his arrest. This man says he met you 7 years ago, which is contradicting what you told me that